Yo, what's up? Good morning, good morning. Good morning, Apukas. Good morning, all Nate. Okay, so today we're going to continue with the creature visual property generation stuff we've been doing for the last couple of weeks. Yesterday we implemented the first iteration of the mesh parser. So the idea behind the mesh parser is that it's sort of a helper class. Like when we are going to do anything procedural related or procedural generation related with meshes, mesh parser will help us parse and analyze a mesh to figure out where to spawn stuff and where not to spawn stuff. And currently we can spawn eyes. We don't spawn them on top of each other. We don't spawn them hanging out from the edge. We spawn them scaled and related relative to the surface where we spawn them. So all of this is very good. But it's like just the first step of where I want this system to go. So I think we're going to start today by cleaning up the current implementation because it's it can be improved. So I just want to clean it up. A lot of things were hastily implemented yesterday just to get it out there, you know. And after that, I think we're going to add so in our system, we have something we called modules. And a module is something that takes a game object and transforms it in some way. So the idea is when we procedurally generate a creature, a visual property goes through multiple of these modules and end up as one of many visual properties, but still looking unique pretty much. So for these eyes, for instance, we have a scale module and a position by mesh module, I think. That's the initial idea. We will see where it takes us. Apokas, I moved the YouTube tab out of the way and was silent for a moment, and once Rob started talking I got scared. I'm sorry. I scared someone yesterday as well. Hopefully it wasn't you then as well. But okay, so I want to rename these things. But I just need to commit this first. Let's see here. And currently we also have a modular position by shape. I'm pretty sure we're gonna skip this one entirely. I think it's... yeah, we're just gonna go with modular position by mesh. 100%. I also wonder... yeah, we're gonna delete this one, rename this one to just module position. I think we're gonna have yeah, we have one module that decides position. It's a little bit weird though, because we rotate the object based on position as well. But yeah, we'll see. We'll probably just have one module that controls position, one module that controls rotation, one module that controls scale, one module that controls or sets material properties, and so on and so on. Apukasna wasn't me. Okay, that's great. So yeah, we're gonna get there, but hopefully today we will also be able to randomize these, and maybe, just maybe, I mean, having eyes like this, it definitely doesn't really look like ice, at least not compared to, whoa, 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 whoa. Oh yeah, yeah. At least not compared to if it was looking like this, but we'll see. Maybe yeah, eventually when we do position or rotation and scale, we can send in some rules to control the randomization, so to speak. Yes. So we're gonna do module position by shape. I'm gonna delete this one. And wait for Unity to do its thing. Fuck, are we gonna get a maybe? Good morning, Harukanan. I just hope we don't get a serialization issue. Okay, great. Position by mesh module. Wonder if we're gonna get a serialization issue if we change the name of this one. One sec. Okay, let's try. So we're gonna do, I want to remove, we also implemented something like shapes here. I don't think, this one we have re-implemented in a new, better way. Plane we haven't though. I don't know what I want to do about plane. First of all, I want to see where we use this one, if anywhere. Yeah, I think we're gonna do this. Yeah, so this one is just a re-implementation of what we implemented now. So yeah, let's delete this one as well. Point, what did we change here? Add an additional constructor. Range, we added min, max. Keep ratio as well, yeah. Let's see. Admin, max, and to point, we only added one new constructor, I think. Yeah. Vector extension, max component. And math extension. What? Okay. Added random Gaussian, but this one is very old, isn't it? No, it's not. Okay, this one is good. We don't use it yet, though, but we're gonna soon. Playable entity animation curve test. Entity. Yeah, move the animator to animate entity instead. This one has an issue. Or have we closed that one maybe? Implement entities, yeah. Okay, and then we have the modules, mesh parser, body definition. Yeah, we just add an extra. Oh yeah, we have started changing this one as well. Hell yeah. Okay, this will do for now. Let's see how we can clean up module position by mesh. We're gonna rename this one and move it a little bit. Move it out. Module. I wonder. I guess a best name would be, or the best name I can think of is visual generation module position. But we're just gonna call it. We're gonna move it out. And we're gonna call it generation module position. I want to rename this one as well. I'm actually not a big fan of the I prefix, so I think generation module interface. Like that, and we go to this one, and so let's see here. Visuals. Generation. Game creatures generation. This sucks, definitely. Pretty sure I want to add a visuals here. But this... Game creatures generation. Data probably. Fuck yeah. Yes, okay. Are you kidding me? There we go. Okay, I think that's a better name. Creatures generation data primitives, and then creatures generation modules. But I'm not entirely sure. I think I want to include a visuals as well, because yeah, I'm pretty sure. It's gonna be hella long, but like we're gonna have generation that is related to visuals, creatures generation. So I wonder if we want to have it here. So change stuff up a bit. Game creatures generation visuals data primitives. But because then we're gonna have generation. But I wonder though, attributes might be, yeah, that's probably gonna be related to attributes, because we're gonna, it's not only creatures that are gonna have attributes generated. Let's keep it like this for now. I'm just gonna commit this one. We do have visuals here though. Oh, fuck it. Yeah, I think we're gonna end up with something like that. So the modules then would be game creatures generation modules, and then whatever it is. So this interface, game creatures generation. Module interface. I want to have modules here before. Yes. This should not be true anymore. Oh, we haven't changed this one just yet. Okay, great. Generation data mesh parser. Position module, module interface, generation data. Okay. Pretty sure I want to have okay, visual property generator. This one is a little bit. This one is just going to be generation, and then what do we want to call this one? Visual object. I think we're gonna visuals generator for now. Visual object prefab range quantity range allow overlap uh, Mm. Okay, let's see if everything works after this rename and restructions. And then I want to clean it up a bit more. So right now we have generation module position. This one has a mesh reference and we have a mesh parser here. Fuck, maybe... No, I haven't decided yet if I want this mesh parser to be located here or if the visual property generator or the visuals generator should handle it. So the idea is that we specify it here. We send it, like we inject it into our modules, whatever module that needs it. So here, I guess. And that's just to avoid the instantiation of it every time we call apply for any module, which is quite a lot actually. Mm. Okay, I'm gonna rename this one real quick though. Visuals generator, yeah, whatever. I do wonder how much I fucked this up, but we're gonna do generation visuals generator. Yeah, we don't want this to happen, but this is also, this proves that like changing all of this screwed up our current definition, but that's okay. That's why we do it like this. But let's see here. So what we need to do is if definition of visuals generators null return. And then Unity is just going to finish crashing as well. There we go, finally. Okay, we haven't really cleaned anything up just yet. So I'm talking about, although I'm a little bit visuals generator, allow overlap. Is this really only, and maybe it's only related to maybe it's only related to the position currently, but we'll see. And then I'm wondering, like, I've been thinking about, instead of having these as just game objects, we might, you know what, like, if we make these into I wonder how much overhead it would be if we made them into, or we made this pipeline into monobehavior. So pretty much each module would be a monobehavior object that does its work. Like, so when we spawn the object, they wake up, they do their work or transform on the object, and then they remove themselves. And that would be pretty weird, I reckon. That's one approach, at least. Oh, fuck, I hate this. Okay. Visuals generators currently empty. Okay, we'd add one. I prefab quantity range 10 to 20. We don't allow overlap. Don't remember what we put here. We had scale module, scale range, keep ratio at least 0.1. We want this one to be half. Okay. I think this is a little bit too small, but we'll try it. So that's our scale module, and then we had a position module. It was based on mesh, and it was on the base mesh. Rotate, yes. Max spawn tries 5. No debug. Okay. Um, Scale and rotation is pretty straightforward. Rotation we don't use currently. That might actually be a little bit weird, but if we were randomly rotating these, yeah, I don't think we want to do that. No, we don't. It's definitely too random, this. We want it to look, or we want the placement to be roughly eye-like eventually. Good. Okay. Okay, let me commit this, and then we're gonna look into this one if we want to keep this one here. I'm also thinking about altering this one max spawn tries. And yeah, I'm wondering if we want to pull this and this out from this script. First, I might commit this one as well. Get random vertex on mesh, get random polygon on mesh. Get the polygons. Now we don't need this one anymore. Would say that these two probably closes this one for now. Okay, beautiful. Let's check this out then. So module position. If we think about what the mesh parser is currently doing, it makes sense to have it in here. Scale just changes local scale, rotation just changes actually rotation here. But what I'm getting at is that both scale and rotation is calculated by only things on the visual object itself, right? We actually do rotate relative to parent here. That's true. I wonder about that one. This one, but then again, when we get the random point here, random vertex, I wonder if this one actually, like if we have generation module, yeah, we might have generation modules that other generation modules that are gonna utilize the mesh. So yeah, I'm pretty sure, I don't think it's wrong to move this one out here. Maybe we should even bring it out one step further. Or no, that nah, we probably pull it out here. So for instance, let's say yeah, so visuals generators, let's say that we have a creature that both has eyes and horns. The eyes should be generated at specific points. Or by specific rules. What I'm getting at is, okay, we have two visual properties we're going to generate, eyes and horns. The eyes are going to be generated on randomly on one specific polygon. We define it up here, while the horns are going to be generated on another one. So what I'm getting at is that this mesh that we parse with mesh parser is going to be different per visual generator. Or we want to allow for it to be different at least. We're just gonna need to remember to remove or release these mesh parser objects eventually. That's a future me problem. So, generation module position, interface. When we do apply here, fucking hell, do I want to rename this one just mesh? Or actually, no. It has some functionality to parse. Maybe. Because it would be very nice if we could just send in... Oh, it would be beautiful if... in apply here, we have the visual object, and then we had something like generation, data, primitives, primitive, i.e. we can send in a position, or we can send in a polygon, or we can send in a mesh, if mesh was primitive as well. But yeah, for now we're gonna do it as mesh parser. And then I also want to send in, so apply this module to visual object with this parent and using this mesh parser. Maybe. Because previously we have done parent, in debug we do parent, but rotation, yeah, we just do direction visual object transform parent. Here it's okay, I guess. Somewhere. Fuck it. The reason I want to send in parent is because when we generate these visual properties or visual objects, we might want to attach them to the creature root object, but we might also want to attach them to somewhere else. So if we were generating horns, for instance, we would probably want to attach it to the... That's not always true, but if we were generating horns on a creature with a with like a head and a rig, we would probably want to attach it to the head rig node so that the horns move with the head, not with the root object. Okay, so that's the first step. So let's see here, visual generation. So visual object, prefab. But if we're gonna send in that, I wonder how. String display name. It would be nice if we could reference, I mean, we can reference the node by name, but then we're gonna have to do some searching. How do we handle this? child returns a transformed child by index. No. Yeah, we could do find, but ooh, I don't know. Maybe. Maybe it's a first step at least. Visual object prefab. Visual object prefab, quantity, allow overlap, and then we have the modules. So in parent name, generate but we can make this static, right? There's nothing. Actually, we need these. That's true. Never mind. Never mind, never mind. But let's see here. Creature has... Yeah, we have a definition. Okay, I think... And then we do generate transform. Maybe we can send in... Creature here. Spawn visual objects, but first I want to do transform parent equal to creature transform dot find parent name. But I would like to do this, because this one can null if child with matching name isn't found. Yes. Also, I want to check if parent name dot is empty is null or empty. Really? Yes. Would be nice if we could do it on the string, but we can't. String is null or empty. If that's true, return this. Otherwise, this, I suppose. And then we use parent here, but we also use parent here. And we want to send in the mesh as well. We're going to get to that one. Maybe not parent setup, but foundation, base. Yeah, I want to clean this up. We're 100% gonna fix. We're gonna create a class that is creature visuals or something like that, or visual object. Because we want to have bounds, stuff like that. But okay, let's see. Mesh parser. So I want to change this header. It's going to be I think particle system. I like the reference to particle systems, or that's why I'm using names like modules and stuff like that. I think that's a nice way to do it. And then they use what is it called? Let's see. Emission. Yeah, it's similar to emission. Generation controllers, I don't know, parent. those. I'm probably going to instantiate a few more things. Let's see here, generator. Yo, what's up, Kevin? It's roughly 11:22 a.m. here, so morning, lunch-ish. But evening at your place, I guess. So good evening, good evening. Hope you've had a wonderful day so far. Okay, so we instantiate it like this. I wonder how reusable this one will be. So 20 past 5 p.m. So I guess you're straight home from work. Then we want to send in the mesh parser here as well. And that should be it. I wonder if this is weird. So we don't define a mesh here. Rotate based on mesh face. We're going to rename this one. Max spawn. Fuck, I hate this. Max spawn tries, we're going to bring this one out as well. Mesh parser, this one we're going to remove. This one as well. Even college student. Oh, on a crunch for developing an RPG game for my team. God damn. Yeah, how's it going so far? Rotate based on mesh face. That's not true. We want to rotate it based on vertex normal. So rotate based on I think we're just gonna have it as bool rotate, honestly. Max spawn price we're gonna move out as well. So let's see here. When it comes to debug, I want to do the same object here. Debug, visual object. Actually, without the visual object. Parent mesh parser. The position, debug, parent. And we don't want to have debug here. That's stupid. We want to have debug here though. I don't care about this one, but here we're gonna have it like this. If module continue, we're just gonna do it like this. True. Me. This is how we're gonna do it. I'm a little bit worried though. Here we need the mesh parser, here we need the mesh parser. Kevin, Unity's timeline is rubbish. What do you mean? Are we talking about this timeline, or what timeline are we talking about? Just trying to get on the same page. When we debug, I'm a little bit, when we fetch mesh parser, I want to make sure that it's not null. Oh, Unity's timeline. I've never used it. I've never created any cinematic content or gameplay sequences, audio sequences, and complex program. Maybe I should use timeline a bit more. When I create my shorts, that is, or devlog videos. Why do you think it's rubbish? I just want to know. I've never used it, so I have no predefined opinion about it. If we try and use this one and we fail, I want to know about it, so let's just crash it. It's okay. Parent and mesh parser. We can do mesh parser. That's true, at least in debug. Nah, you know what? Kevin, I've found it is bad for branching stories using multiple dialogue options. Is it designed to be able to support branching stories? I guess it would be a branching. I don't even know what it is. Cinematic content, gameplay sequences, audio sequences, and complex particle effects. if a gameplay sequence implies that it should support branching in some way, I guess. Yeah, like that's what I when I read the description initially, that's what I thought, that it was like linear like only. So if you want to mostly like cinematic like cinematic content or like cinematic sequences in games, but then again, I have no idea. Okay, let's see here. What have we changed? Yeah, we moved out mesh parser from here. So I want to see if it works now again when we have changed this. Generator generate this. Okay, let's see if it works. Definition. That's not good. But we get an error, so let's take a look at that one. Oh, generation mesh is null. Ah, that's true. Fuck. So that's also a question, like, sometimes maybe we don't want to have a mesh here, but yeah. Okay, let's see. Parent name, we're gonna leave it empty, so it's gonna be the root, and the mesh in question is once again gonna be base model. So we have generation controllers, visual object setup, like the quantity, if we allow overlap, and then we have visual object transform modules. Now we have scale module, position module. It's starting to take shape. Maybe this can turn or evolve into something beautiful eventually. Okay, there we have it. We don't rotate them though. Position module rotate, yes. Max spawn tries. We're gonna move this one out eventually. And this debug here. Let's get rid of that one as well. Nice. Nice. Okay, I want to commit this, but let's take a look. Creature definition, we're going to wait with this one. We're going to wait with creature, visuals, generator. Yeah, we're going to commit this, so all of the modules and the interface. Generation module interface. There we go. And the main thing we did this commit is that we removed mesh handler. We moved mesh handler or mesh parser from within this module out to visual generator. Or actually, we take it as a parameter instead of defining it inside of the module. So make data mesh parser an argument instead of defining it within modules related to this one, 201. And then finally, we have this one, max spawn tries. I want to fix this one, and then we have this one as well, bounds. So we check if objects are intersecting out here, and we handle it like this. Oh fuck, now when I think about it, this one max tries. Yes, we did a rejection-based spawning here within here as well. So it's like this. Outside of here, we check if it intersects anything else. Within module position, we see if it's correct according to the rules we specified. Currently, we only specify that it should not hang outside of the edge, pretty much. And we get the bounds or the radius. How do we want to solve this? Because I think that spawn tries here, we would like to bind it to the spawn tries out here. This one, that is. So here, if it fails, we just remove it, pretty much. Big Kano, what's up, what's up? This is not really how it looks anymore. But I would like to do it like, I don't even know if this is possible, but if we could do it like this. Oh, you actually can. That's fucking beautiful. Module X. Is it this one that screws it up? Oh, well, it was worth a try. Can we do it with a question mark then? Oh, that works. Yo, what's up, Antonino? Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday so far. Dot 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 makes the point much clearer. Um, we do this then. That's not as clear either, I don't think. Fuck it. So the idea is that we have our object, it goes through a set of modules, and then we get the result. If we add rules that they cannot overlap or whatnot, should we check it at the end when we get the result and do the full pipeline again? Or should we do it after each module? So we check if the module A, if it fails, do module A again. If it fails, do module A again, and we increment a try counter and eventually the result. Maybe. Because then you could also, yeah, maybe that's something. And then you make these return booleans as well. So if they succeed or not. And we don't do the spawn price here. Fuck yeah, maybe that's the way to go. But yeah, I'm still wondering about the final. So this check right here. So here we check, does this one overlap with any other visual object? If so, do this. Yo, what's up, Derek? Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday as well. So if we have a very long pipeline of modules that changes the transform and stuff on the object, Yeah, I mean, maybe we can do it like this. Maybe we mark some of these modules as, like, if we end up with a result that overlaps something else, we just want to redo the relevant modules. So in this case, that would be position only. But then we're going to have to mark them as that. Okay, for now I will do if an object fails to be placed because of intersection with another visual object. If that happens, we're gonna rerun the full pipeline. Eventually I want to optimize that a bit. But so generation module position, like, we're gonna add some rules here. We're going to make this one constraints, and we're going to have bool. See here. So I want to have a constraint here that we don't overlap the polygon boundaries. We can do no polygon boundary overlap, overhang. What's the word I'm looking for? Extrusion. Extrusion, maybe. Extrusion. Extruding. Protruding, maybe. Yeah. No polygon boundary. Protrusion. Is that how you... Protrusion. That's definitely not how you spell it. Okay, like this maybe. That's pretty straightforward. No polygon boundary protrusion. So at the end here, first of all, here I'm gonna do additional, maybe we want to do the rotation first, actually. Now we do constraint checks. So what do we have here? We get a polygon, random polygon. We're gonna wait with this one, and then we do vertex is equal to polygon get random vertex on polygon mesh. So then we have the vertex, and then we set the local position of this one already. Then we do additional transforms, and then finally we do the constraint checks, and that currently that includes getting the renderer to get the bounds. That's ugly. We're gonna get move away from that soon. Let's see, we're not going to do spawn tries like this. This we already do. Is sphere within. That's what we're going to do here. Spawn success. And I think we're just going to return this one. Turn. Or we do it like this. If it's not within, return false. Turn true. And he'll check if no polygon boundary protrusion. This. So if we don't check for this rule, then we always return true. Otherwise, we actually check it out. And then we can remove these two. Beautiful. Rotation is always going to return true. So I'm going to commit this before we continue. But the idea is that the visuals generator, so when we generate these objects, we will apply the module. If it doesn't succeed, we will reapply it, but we will only do it a max amount of times, and how many times we do it will be decided by the setup here, I think. It will. I'm still not entirely happy with the fact that we do rejection-based procedural generation. I guess I'm okay with it. Just that doesn't sit. It feels a little bit dirty. But anyway, okay, we made apply return if it succeeded or not. And then we added constraints to position module. Make modules return success and constraints to position module related to 201, right? Yeah. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now is allow overlap. We're gonna, did I commit this one? Hmm. Yeah, I think we're gonna do this. Public bool try generate. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna wait with allow overlap. So let's remove this. This. See here, try generate. Nah, you know what? We don't need to do it like this, or do we? Nah, we do it like this. Generation controllers, visual object setup. Oh, first we do visual object, and then we do int rejection count. And then when we do apply here, we do or while this one returns false. But we also want to check rejection count is less than max number of rejections. So if this one returns true, this one is false, and we exit. But if rejection count is bigger than or equal to max number of rejections, because the idea is, so if one module fails, we could do a break here, but then we're gonna move on to the next module, but rejection count is already reached, so we just exit it instantly, and eventually we get down to here. Maybe. Okay, so now we will, if this works, we will still have some. So now we have reintroduced the overlap, but I'm going to solve the, or I'm going to implement the like overlap constraint in a little, in a better way. But let's see, max number of rejections, we're just going to go with 10. So i.e. no polygon. So we can try this one actually. So now we have max number of rejections 10. We don't have no polygon. Fuck, I hate that these aren't. But no polygon boundary protrusion. Now we will actually spawn eyes that are overlapping each other and are hanging out from the polygon. We can see here that we get, here we have some overlap, and here we have an eye hanging outside. Okay, so we can't solve the overlap currently, but we can solve the protrusion, hopefully, by entering this one. Did I fuck up? Yeah, we have some weird rotation though. I don't think we have any protrusion, but we have fucked up the rotation for some reason. Oh, nah, it shouldn't be that. Rotate. The rotation was fine if we didn't have polygon boundary, right? Yeah, it was. Oh, yeah. It's because we don't reset the rotation here. Okay, I think. Yes. So we rotate it multiple times. That's true. So if it fails, we would like to rotate it back, I guess. It's just that this rotation is eventually... So right now we just check a sphere, so it's not the best boundary check, but we're going to change this one. It's not only going to be radius here, we're actually going to check with maybe not a mesh, but a shape of sorts, I think. Fuck it, maybe we can do mesh, actually. We'll see how we solve it, but it's definitely not only going to be a sphere, so we definitely want to rotate it before. But if we... Before we return here, maybe we want to reset it. Maybe. So rotation and local position. But that's also something... Okay, I get it. That's also something I want to do in our visual object class, which I want to introduce to solve the overlap problem. Okay, we're gonna do this. I'm gonna run and make myself a new cup of coffee, and we're gonna introduce... What did I change here? Yeah, and we're gonna introduce the visual object component, which is gonna help us a lot with resetting transforms. As well as overlap calculations. But yeah, be right back. A couple of minutes. Back. So let's see, where were we? Oh, yeah. We are gonna implement... So, the objects we're spawning here, the ice in this case, but it can be anything eventually. We currently just handle them like game objects. I want to create a custom class for them, I think, because we want to calculate... Like when we do polygon protrusion checks and overlap checks and so on, we need to check, either you check by like a collision boxes or something like that, or you do it by shapes of some sort. And we need to store that information. You can also do it like by rendering boundary. Everything is going to have a renderer, but that doesn't feel as good. I'm wondering if we want to... If we have colliders for these, and we set them as dynamic entity internal, how heavy would that be? Internal doesn't collide with anything currently. Do we even do any calculations with those then? Get the fuck out. That's not good. Because I know that these are used for, or we use them for cloth simulation. Yeah, maybe dynamic entity internal. Okay, so yo, what's up, operator? Hey man, how's it going? It's going pretty good today, I think. And I'm doing well, thank you for asking. How about you? The only thing that I'm skeptical about here is that we do this as a mono behave. We don't need to do it. Oh. Oh, god damn. Operator, thanks for asking. Everything is okay. Just trying to fix my sleep schedule these days. Sleep is important. Gotta get that under control. Mm. Mm. Yeah, we want to avoid. I think we want to avoid it because they're not going to have any logic. Or actually, maybe they will eventually. Mm. I don't know how I want to represent these visual objects. So basically, it's... You know what? We could do it as mono behaviors and then we remove them eventually when we apply them. I wonder if that's weird. It's this one. In this case, it's this one. So we want to add a visual object component to this one. We done instantiate it, calculate position, calculate rotation, calculate scale, all of those things. And then we apply it. And then we remove the visual object. And maybe even colliders, actually. It's touching. In Collider 2D, do we have is touching pub? Do we have that for? No. This overlap box. Maybe Would love to be able to see async operator. What are you trying to solve? I may help, which makes me happy. I'm trying to refine the overlap check system when we procedurally generate some visual properties for our stones. So basically just think about it like we're generating X objects on some surface, and then we want to check if any of these generated objects overlap with any other generated objects. Previously we just did it with rendered or renderer bounds, which pretty much just is a box collider or a box around the object, but I want to refine it a bit. So this object, for instance, should have a sphere that represents if it, so when we check if this one overlaps any other instantiated object, we want to check a sphere with whatever other shape the other object has. And I was just checking if, like, if we were to define these as colliders for all objects, would it be an easy, is there an easy way to check if a collider is overlapping another collider? Which doesn't seem to be the case, and I'm okay with that. We can go with simple shapes as well. If I'm going to show a better example, like this. So when we spawn this one here, we want to check if this one overlaps with any of the other eyes we have spawned, and if they do, we don't spawn it. And previously we checked, can we show bounds here? Previously we used the bounds for the renderer, so the box. But that means that we won't be able to spawn eyes like this, because the box has overlaps, and that's why I want to be a little bit more specific with the collision shape we use. Honestly, I think we're just gonna async operator. Yeah, it's a bit complicated, and we're doing rejection sampling currently. It's just the question is, when we do the overlap check, what should we use to do the overlap check? And previously we did bounds, but I think bounds gives it's not free enough. So then I was thinking about using colliders, but using colliders is not as straightforward as I thought. Like, I would like to have... so Collider 2D has... You can check if two colliders are touching. But you don't have the equivalent for 3D colliders. Yeah, it's a nice name. It's a nice but kind of weird name, indeed. But yeah, this is not a system I want to run with. We don't want to do this. We want to be... I'm wondering if we're gonna roll with our own, but that feels... We should have this. Like, if we could define it by shapes... like, if we could define it by a scaled sphere instead. What do we have? Collider, let's do sphere collider unity. Low level physics. This is beautiful. Can we use these? Can we use these? Sphere geometry. Okay, geometry holder. One sec. Geometry holder. We have type. Hmm. Okay. Nah. A sync operator, yeah, I would definitely go with a box shape representing the body part. An eye is close enough to a sphere and a leg can be a box. Yeah, 100%. I agree. That's what I'm trying to get at. And then, yeah, you can do compound colliders, which is amazing because we're gonna get quite complicated stuff. But now when I think of it, like, I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Several primitive shapes, like two boxes, is representing an arm. Then checking whether these primitive shapes already collides with any existing body part. Yes, 100%. But to do this, then we need, like, do we need to implement this shape system ourselves? We did something very similar a few days back, but then it was not about collision or anything like that. It was about like getting random points on shapes. I guess we could rely on, if we rely on colliders, physics unity, we could do, yeah, fuck it, overlap box. Yeah. Yes, we do it with a set of colliders. Will that work? So if we define this one as, I want to add, okay, for now we're going to add visuals. Mono behavior, we're going to do creature, visual, object, or creature body part, whatever. Creature visual object. And oops. Actually, I'm wondering. We're gonna do it like this. Um, Like, the problem with this is depending on where we spawn it, but I think we can do something like this. It's overlapping other visual object. Creature visual objects are going to be internal. All colliders are going to be internal at least, so we can probably run with fuck. The problem is so pretty much we want to loop through all of these colliders, and we want to do physics overlap X. So if it's a box collider, we do this. If it's a capsule, we do this, and so on. Feels weird, but if we do collider. But then again, yeah, what sucks is if we do check sphere, center radius, yeah, so this doesn't take scaling into account. Want scaling. Because this one we will probably... We're probably gonna scale it something like this. What can we do instead? Don't we have... I guess I would like to do a sweep test. But we don't want to move it through the scene. Do we have... And I don't want to add a rigid body to each of these. But if we were to... I guess we could make a solution where we rely on this one. Nah, that feels weird. I would like to be able to call this one, check if something entered now, pretty much. Hate that we don't have anything related to this. Or did I... Okay, yeah, maybe we can do... Checkbox, check capsule, check sphere. So we do these three. So my only question now is, do I want to build a quick shape system myself, or we have like much like, or define? I guess we wouldn't really be implementing that much, or could we use this one? This is just an enum. Does this one do anything? we're probably going to run with something ourselves. So we can do, if we create a shape class, then we create box, sphere, capsule, and those can check collisions using physics. Check box done. Although I'm just wondering how I want to solve the scaling. Can we solve the scaling? I guess check sphere position. No, we have radius here, which sucks. I hate the fact that bounds actually seems to be the best. The best approach right now. Annoying to say the least. And another thing, if we go with bounds, yeah, then we need to keep a list of already spawned other objects. We want to avoid that as well. But then again, maybe we can do... If we use a system that relies on colliders and bounds. Maybe we can do a closest point system. But then we need to keep track of all the other colliders as well. Shouldn't be... Like initially I thought, yeah, it shouldn't be... It's a complicated problem, but we should have enough tools at our disposal to implement it quite easily. I mean, this is pretty much something that is checked in real time, every physics iteration. Now I just want to force it on a specific set of colliders. And we can sort the colliders by physics layer. It's just a fact that we can't take collider A and check if it's overlapping with collider B, not in 3D. We can do it in... We can do it in 2D though. Bounds, as we said. Depending on how the model looks, they occupy too much so-called negative space, I guess. What to do, what to do. On collision enter and on collision stay. When are they called? That's physics. Okay. If we have a rigid body attached, we could maybe force it. Hmm. Almost. Okay. But this one though. Hmm. The best that you can do is manually check for collision using physics class. I would be okay with this if it was more than overlap sphere. True. Yes, this seems to be the best we can do. Unfortunate. Hmm. But if we're if we're gonna go with the bounds of the render, then we might as well do physics overlap box. Yeah, maybe that's what we should do. Yeah, let's roll with a solution like that. So we do physics checkbox, center half extents orientation, and then layer mask. So something like for each then I'm gonna add a layer mask as well. If this one is true, we return true. Otherwise, return false. Not overlap, but check box. There we go. Is overlapping other visual object. We do checkbox. And then if we do it on a layer as well. But this relies on all of them having colliders. It relies on them being on the correct layer. And it relies on... Yeah, and we also have a little bit of an issue here that this is still using the bounds. So it's not as specific as one would have hoped. But I think it will work. The good thing with doing it like this is also we don't need to keep track of all the generated on all of our generated visual objects. The layer in question, do we have... Yeah. Yeah, we can't use this one here, can we? Can we? Hmm. I was pretty sure we can. Oh, okay. And then we check this layer as well. Uh, the problem being that we might get self-intersections here. Which I guess is a little bit unfortunate. Not entirely sure if there's any way around that. Gonna have to think or keep that in mind. Yeah, exactly. Okay, okay, I get it. Okay, what the hell do we have here? Is that Unity? I think it is, but let's see. Colliders. Just do it like this for now. The good thing is when we scale this one, is that really how it is? I was hoping that we would get... That sucks. In that case, bounce might be the better option. One sec. So if we do... Okay, I get it. Hey, we might actually run with box colliders then, I guess. Yes, that's the one that handles non-uniform scaling the best. Like, it sucks that we can't spawn like this one. It's probably okay. Okay, but that's probably the best approach. So then we can also do we get size here. That's wrong, I think. We need to scale it. Let's go bounds, extents. So here we do visual. That's not what we want to call it. But what? Which one is? Is it game object? Oh yeah, yeah. Now we have module apply. We need to fix that one. Interface apply visual object. And I don't want to keep like, if we can avoid having this list, I do so very much want to avoid it. We're going to do this, try. And let's see. Then we want to start using this one, but if allow overlap and visual object dot is overlapping other visual object, something like that, if this works, we're gonna change it so that we make this like rejection based. So, or we try it a few times. So if this doesn't work, we regenerate it and try again. I'm a little bit skeptical about this, but let's see. Okay, so now we have now we allow overlap. Okay. Pretty sure when we do object, hmm. Dynamic entity internal, yeah. And then we take the rigid body here uses these. Oh, definitely. Unless we have a rigid body on these as well, I reckon. And then we have this one. Let's try it. And then I want to add a read. Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to. Is kinematic. What do they have against this cast? Ah. Can we do it like this then? Name can be simplified, but if we don't keep this one here, the question is we might get, this might also cause an error. We'll see. Why not? What am I missing here? Okay, but if we were to do something like, I don't get it. I think is your collider's collection empty? That is maybe why we're getting errors. Now we're getting error here for this cast for some reason. If this one was empty, yeah, if it were null, but it shouldn't be since we're serializing it. Specified cast is not valid. That's the error we're getting. I guess if this one was not set, but we do have it set, don't we? Okay, we don't anymore. That explains it. I'm pretty sure I checked it just before we played the first time. Okay, but that's good. Let's see here. We're still rotating wrong, but that's okay for now. And at this point, we allow for overlap. Although we didn't, we get some overlap here. So let's try and not allow overlap. Let's see what we have then. We still have some overlap right about here. Yeah, we still have overlap here. So this one is false now. I.e. true, then we do visual object is overlapping other visual object. Let's double check the colliders. Let's double check colliders. We have colliders here. Sync operator, I think we should just pass extents without multiplying with 0.5. I guess it takes half size. Checkbox says half extents. That's why I take 0.5 times collider bounds dot extents. I'm pretty sure we're gonna get to the bottom of this. It's like, I think this is the best solution we can arrive at without implementing some very complicated system from scratch. We're gonna finish this tomorrow because I need to run now. We just need to check why we're not getting any collision here, which might be for a few reasons. Sort of good progress today. I think we arrived at some nice design choices for the system at least. But yeah, we will be continuing this tomorrow. Sync operator, I just checked documentation. They say you should pass half size. Yeah, that's why I multiply with 0.5. Like, the parameter is called half extents. That's why I take the extents and multiply it with 0.5. But we will get to the bottom of it tomorrow. Might be misunderstanding something. You too, operator, you too. So thank you so much for watching, everybody. Appreciate it. Let's continue this fight tomorrow. Peace.